parachutists. They will then deploy their main parachutes safely before unfurling flags and activating their pyrotechnics. Then they will perform a series of S-turns in order to lose some altitude before finally running in for landing in front of you all today. The team have already geared up prior to entering the aircraft, and we've carried out all our safety checks to ensure that we are good and ready to conduct our display. Every member of the team is highly trained. Although we do this as a side activity to our main roles, it's something we're all deeply passionate about and love to do. Now, over your shoulders in the distance, that is a lovely Spitfire, quite fitting for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Crowd who is currently serving reserve or regular Royal Navy or tri-service for that matter, and you'd like to get into parachuting as a hobby, there are multiple opportunities through JSAT and on the Defence Gateway. You can search parachuting and get yourself on a free course to conduct some alert training and learn to skydive. Here you can see Emma. She is preparing smoke grenades. These provide a wind drift indicator on the ground for the parachutists so they can offset their landing. Ideally, we want to be landing head-on into wind. This will slow us down slightly and give us a softer landing compared to if we were going with the wind. Our canopies have a forward speed of around 25 miles an hour. If you've then got winds of 15 miles an hour plus, you can add that on top, so you're coming in pretty quickly. That can make it really unpleasant. Our aircraft should be overhead in about 2 minutes. We just had to wait for the Spitfire to clear the airspace. As much as we'd love to, it doesn't really make sense to try and land on a Spitfire whilst it's in the air. There we are, just behind you. That little black speck in the air, that's our aircraft slowly running in. You keep your eyes on that aircraft. Once it's overhead, you should see some figures start to fall from it. As I'm speaking to you now, our team will be in the door of the aircraft, looking down, watching the run-in, ensuring that we're on the right flight path, get us safely back to where we want to land. Shortly, you'll hear the engines slow down, hopefully not fully cut, but slow down. This is to allow the skydivers a pleasant exit. Exiting an aircraft when it's going full speed, like being hit in the face with a brick. But you slow it down enough, it's actually quite nice. There we are, directly overhead right now. That's our first jumper exiting the plane. He is now accelerating towards the ground, towards speeds of 120 miles an hour. That's him deploying his main parachute. Around 4 seconds and it's fully open. You'll see quick succession, the other skydivers opening their parachutes shortly. As I'm speaking to you now, they're up there assessing the winds, facing into wind and preparing the pyrotechnics as you can see the smoke. You'll also see flags start to be released by their legs. Our team are now going to get into what we call the stack, where everyone's nice and close together with some vertical separation. And that's our beautiful white ensign flying there. The chap flying the white ensign today is our team leader, Commander Dave Lee. By profession, he's a weapons engineering officer, currently working in UK strategic. He has over 1,800 jumps, 125 of those are displays. As team leader, he is the jump master, and he deals with all administration on the team. Second behind is Commander Chris Chang. He's a logistics officer working in the MOD head office, delivering a wide variety of projects and programs. He has 600 jumps and 17 displays. He's flying the Armed Forces Day flag today. Kenny Craig is the OC of the base at RM Shrivena, followed by Royal Marines Sergeant Dan Fraser. Bringing up the rear once he lands will be leading hand Alfie Shaw of 617 Squadron. He is an F-35 fast jet maintainer. Chap flying the Royal Marines flag That is our Sergeant Dan Fraser. Dan has extensive, as you can tell by the huge flag that he's trailing behind him. Flags create a lot of drag and make canopy piloting a lot more challenging. As you can see, it's a state of mind. Here we have Kenny and Alfie coming in to land. Once the team have landed, they'll quickly take off their parachutes and present with a ceremonial lineup for you guys. Kit will just be taking off their parachute systems, showing their flags quickly. Before we don berets, run over. Let's give a big hand to our parachutists today, folks. We've got Commander Dave, Chris, Major Kenny, Lieutenant Emma, Dan, and Alfie, and me, your commentator, Gok. Thank you guys very much for turning out today. Without your support, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. We're all very proud to serve this wonderful country. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. How are we? Yeah. Are you all looking forward to the air show? Oh, we got a little cheer and everything. Oh my God, you can do louder than that, can't you? Are you all looking forward to the air show? That's brilliant. Well done, you lot. Well, the rain's kept off. The clouds are high, so it looks like we've got a full programme today. I just thought while I was here, I'd give you a couple of facts about HMS Daedalus. It was established in 1917 as a naval seaplane training school and has been part of the local community of Fairham and Leon Solent for more than a century. Since acquiring the site in 2015, the council has held two major events at Daedalus. The first was in 2017 and marked its centenary, and the council welcomed HRH, the Princess Royal, to Daedalus. The second event was a two-day air show, and this formed part of the wider D-Day 75 commemoration. And of course, we're now here today for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. On D-Day in 1944, HMS Daedalus was a base for over 100 fighter aircraft and was the busiest airfield in the country. I've just been told, actually, apparently the Swordfish operated from here, and there was a lot of them, and they flew up in pairs, so they could basically go over to France and spot for the Royal Navy, so the Royal Navy could then actually bombard the target. So as soon as any artillery opened up from the Germans, the Swordfish would spot it and then pass that information on to the Royal Navy, so they could actually then hit the artillery. And obviously that was a very important thing. They also flew in pairs, so they would fly from here over to France, do their spotting, run out of fuel, turn around, come back, and refuel and go and do it all again. So that's why there were so many sorties flown from this airfield on D-Day. The RAF Navy were also joined by Canadian Typhoons and Mustangs. That would be the P-51s. We're going to see one of those later on. Great aircraft. For me, it's probably the plane that actually made the fight for the skies over France a possibility in the bombing raids, because they were the only long-range fighter that could actually stay with the bombers all the way to the target. It's also joined by a US Navy squadron, BOS-7, who used the airfield as a base for their Spitfires. In 1918, the Royal Navy Air Service became part of the newly formed Royal Air Force, and the station has 465 people based there. It closed at the end of World War I. September 1939, when World War II began, Daedalus became one of the first stations to have a hard surface runway. In 1940, the Luftwaffe conducted a heavy attack on Daedalus, causing considerable damage. From 1942 to 1943, the extensions were made and a third runway was constructed. In 1970, the Air Mechanical Engineering School transferred to HMS Daedalus from Arbroath. 1973, RAF Thorney Island closed and the search and rescue operations were moved to Daedalus. Then in 1944, Daedalus played a major part in the 50th anniversary of D-Day. Both modern and historic aircraft, including that of Queen Elizabeth and the personal helicopter of the President of the United States of America, Bill Clinton, landed at Daedalus. In 1996, HMS Daedalus formally closed, and in 2015, Fairey Borough Council purchased Daedalus from the HCA. 2016, Daedalus was renamed the Solent Airport, and this is what we've got today, along with the business park.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just to let you know also that although they won't be displaying this afternoon, the red arrows will be flying across at 4 p.m. So if you're looking to see the red arrows, around 4 o'clock they'll be coming right across. I'd also just like to say a few bits and pieces about the war itself. And in fact, I'm going to start with the D in D-Day. Does anyone know what D in D-Day stands for? Well, in actual fact, it's used by the armed forces to refer to the beginning of an operation. The D stands for day, meaning it's actually short for D-Day, which is nowhere as catchy as D-Day, obviously. So before the Allied attack in June 1944, there would have been many D-Days. However, it was so iconic that it became to be used solely when referring to the beginning of Operation Overlord. And also, Britain was not alone during D-Day. In addition to the UK, we also had forces from the USA, Canada, Australia, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, France, Greece, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, and other nations as well. Not a lot of people obviously know that. Even the Allied forces couldn't beat the weather. As some of you will know this, the D-Day invasion was actually planned for the 5th of June. However, in true British fashion, the weather was too bad for the ships to set sail, so it was therefore postponed until the day after. Hitler had been preparing. The D-Day landings weren't a simple matter of invading a series of beaches. They involved breaching Hitler's Atlantic Wall, a series of impenetrable defences stretching 1,670 miles from Norway to Spain. Much of this wall is still intact, and you can go and see that today. The concrete turret defences, anti-landing obstacles and more, they can still be found all across the coast. The south of England was transformed. The jump-off point for the attack was the south coast of England, and the bottom half of the country was transformed into one large army camp in preparation. Civilian and diplomatic travel was restricted, and the journalists were constantly monitored. Thank you, Roy, our paper holder. Fake news also played a big part in the D-Day landings. It was impossible to hide the coming attack from the German intelligence, so the Allies therefore ran operations to confuse them on when and where it would take place. They leaked fake plans, set up fake camps, and sent fake coded radio messages. On the morning of 6th of June, the Allied forces bombed Calais to give the illusion that they were readying for an attack. And falling in nicely with the display today, the landing wasn't the first step. The first step, ladies and gentlemen, was part of the invasion was to conduct an air operation. And you'll see some of these planes today that obviously took part. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the start of your air show. We have a chair. This is a change to the original programme. Got the CAT 232G GODV aircraft and ultimate aerobatics now. They've also been on static display if you want to see them. This CAT 32 was designed and built in France and arguably the finest unlimited aerobatic aircraft ever made. Won more World Championship titles. CAT 32 was based on the CAT 230 design that was developed by the French Air Force. Originally corporate. Got a fully wooden wing and 3 layers, CAT was included for 2 few rounds. It's finally developed 3-2. Combination of lightweight with strong wooden fuselage and newly designed carbon fibre wing, roll rate in excess of 420 degrees per second.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our resident expert with us today, Martin. Just explain a little bit as to what's going on up there, if you would. What sort of G's would he be pulling up, going and down?
Had a breakfast.
What sort of speed?
So, anything up to about sort of 200 plus miles an hour coming out of the dive. And this is the point where you pull the most G when out of the dive.
And the smoke, is that just engine smoke? Or?
So there's always a way where you would actually inject much like a dye into the exhaust of the aeroplane, then reacts, comes out as it's just a telltale to show where exactly he is.
So, how many sort of hours would you need to fly to be able to become an expert? This sort of display.
Yeah, you're talking about an awful lot of time. You know, and also an extremely strong stomach. So it's.
You wouldn't want to eat breakfast before going up. And what else have we got coming up this afternoon?
No, we've got a really good program coming up. We've got a lot of sort of those going to be closed with Spitfire. We've got a great selection from the Navy wings, the Swordfish, and the Reliant and the Harvard. We got the obviously we've got the red arrows. They're due to fly over as well.
That's just a fly over.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
That's it, yeah. So they're coming in from the northeast and heading out northwest. There's a really great show on later, all about the easier stalk and the which is like a
This is a mock of the actual. This was a true story, wasn't it?
That's exactly it. That's a true story. It's a great little story. But yeah, that's on a little bit later.
I've been a little bit scared about we shot firing.
Yeah, I do believe that might well be the case.
That's proper cool, everybody. Let's give him a big round of applause, come on.
Yeah, give him a round of applause, absolutely. Thank you.
Give him a wave as he goes past. Great here, I've got an expert next to me telling me exactly what he's doing, it's great. A quarter clover apparently. I think it's great we've arranged for all this cloud so you're not getting blinded by the sun as well. Stall turn at the top there.
The aircraft that you see up there at the moment is the Cat 232. It's based on Cat 230's design and was developed for the French Air Force.
That's a 100-foot fly past. Give him a wave, come on!
The original incorporated a forward wing fuselage. However, through the years, it provided
Maybe it's a lot closer than 100 feet to me.
231, yes. Very finally developed to combination of the lightweight wooden fuselage and newly designed by the wing was a roll rate of 20%. Glide coming, very technical. Engine allows climb rates in excess of 3,300 feet.
Have a big round of applause for the ultimate aerobatic team.
Amazing mission.
Got the auto gyro coming up next for you all. Who likes a bit of magic? Come on, who likes a bit of
Also, just to
magic?
let you know, ladies and gentlemen, a little
So
bit
Nicky
about
and Charlie
the
have got their
planes that are
magic
in
shows at
front of you right
1:15
here.
and 3:15
Martin's
today.
going to give you a little overview.
Over by the back, over
They're
by
gonna be
the
taking
classic
part in
cars.
the Dogfight
So if
a
you want to
little
get
bit
your magic
later.
fix,
So what have we
go
got
see
down
Nicky
there,
and Charlie's
Martin?
magic show at
This is,
1:15 and 3:15.
It's called the Great Warbird Display Team. Got there's 3. There's normally a couple more, but you've got at the German one. They're all Fokker triplane.
Careful how you say that.
Yeah, and the one in the middle is called an SE5A. They're all ripped. They're beautifully made, and they're actually scale. I think it is. They're not quite full. So yeah, and they do their thing, and they undoubtedly someone ends up getting shot at.
Well, we'll see you a bit later on, won't we?
Yeah, no, they're due on a little bit later. So I think the SE5A is just having a little bit of tea.
Thank you very much for that information. So what would they be like to fly? Would it be like a bit of a bone shaker, or quite sturdy machines, or?
Yeah, it's quite funny because when you look at them, they're very sort of fragile air, and they're all sort of covered in fabric, but in straight and level flight, fine. But yeah, you wouldn't want.
Just to interrupt you there, Martin, the auto gyro, there it is. Lancaster.
Was it in James Bond as well?
Display. A wonderful sight to be. Yeah, quite right. You give him a round of applause.
So this is Peter Davis. Peter's been flying with Gyro for over 30 years now. Well, he's been flying for over 30 years.
The Leon Solent Junior School think that's the funniest helicopter they've ever seen.
An auto gyro is in essence not a helicopter. That rotor, the big large rotor at the top, isn't. It's not driven by an engine. There is an engine that's driving the pusher propeller at the back. So this way to think about it is, for example, a sycamore seed that gently floats down, and that spins. So the rotor blades of the gyro, they are freewheeling in flight. They're being driven fully by the air. The rotor. Yeah, so Peter's had a lot of experience. 1,000 hours. A lot of, you probably remember the auto James Bond movie.
Being told in my ear, I believe it could be give twice.
Let's pretend we're the experts. It was definitely that one.
I think she was called Nelly. And can you see him waving? So he's got both.
So wave back, come on.
he's got both hands off the control. These things are.
A very light aircraft as well, isn't it?
Extremely, yeah, very, very light.
Out the smoke again. He's going to come round and give us another run through. There's a technical term, there's a fly past. Give him a big wave. What would be the flying time before this had to refill then, Martin? What are we looking at? We go for, would you say, for instance, would we go from here to France on that machine, on the tank, or? Wing Commander Ken Wallace was actually flying it, and it was the film. We've had a look on the internet.
Google's a wonderful thing.
It was a little Nelly, not Nelly. I think little Nelly appeared out of a number of suitcases.
That deserves a cheer.
Yeah, that was actually part of the display, and he wasn't just falling out of the sky, just, no.
The beauty of the Auster Gyro, most impressive display, they turn on a 6-bit. Watch this.
Are these just traditionally single-seaters, or can they be a two-seater, or?
I'm pretty sure you can get to the predominantly.
What the speed would you get up to?
These, just over 100 miles.
But probably being smaller, it's going to be seen a lot faster.
Yeah, and you'll see quite a few of them. They're an open. It will make it seem an awful lot faster. This one's a beautiful job, the enclosed cockpit.
A lot colder.
Yeah. There we go. He's almost in essence combined.
Might even lose your head.
Long time ago, unfortunately. What sort of cost would one of these be then, Martin, do you think? The beauty of these is that you can probably store it in a garage.
Yeah, they come apart quite easily. So yeah, no, absolutely. I know for a fact they'll hang us. Only really because you can get these come up for of £25,000.
I believe we just looked and found one on eBay.
No. Have you put in a bid yet?
If anyone wants to buy one of these, there's one on eBay. Have a big cheer for the Gyro.
You can see even when we stop, that top rotor blade is still spinning, and that's not driven by the upward draft of the air. The only drive the engine is pushable.
You look on the taxiway, you can see the harbour getting ready to take off. The next little airplane. Apparently, we got 2 of these today. Did you say pyrotechnics then? I mean, is that going to be lots of bangs and flashes and flames and stuff? All the blokes will love that.
He's up already though. Okay, so I'm not yet. I'll just wait till I see it.
Well, we've got a little pause. Just like to mention some of our sponsors. Harco Civil Engineering and Groundworks, Atlantic Refrigeration, Anford Manor Nursing Home, Tudor Lodge Nursing Home, Sunbelt Rentals.
So next up, we have got the Harvard. Not sure. Can you see where it is, Martin, at the moment?
Yeah. So the Auster Gyro is done his run-up checks, maxing out. Beautiful Harvard. This by a very nice chap called James Brown, who
Not the singer though.
No.
But he's not going to be doing a bit of Mustang Sallywise up there.
No.
Different plane.
No, but very much an good egg. He's also operates 2 Hurricanes. I'll talk about in a minute, but you'll hear a very distinctive noise from the engine run now.
There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Up in the air, and you'll see the Harvard come back round very shortly. It'll like a big wave and a cheer as it comes across.
So the distinct noise you hear at the takeoff is buzzsaw noise. As the engine is a direct drive into the propeller. There's no reduction gearbox. And so the buzz noise is actually the sound of the tips of the propeller blade touching the speed of sound.
Hoping he's going to turn around and come back.
We've got Indian street food.
This particular Harvard was built in 1942, so you can imagine the upkeep of this lovely flying machine. Obviously, airs are quite difficult because parts are hard to get hold of. You probably have to end up making them yourselves. So it's a great feat for this machine to still be in the air.
Yeah, they cost so much. But there's a huge sort of industry built up around old airplanes still in flight, airframes, engine rebuilds, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I did remind them, and they said we wanted to get the mock-up for the proof 12 weeks before.
It's great having these experts up here. Apparently, this plane trained thousands and thousands of American and English and other pilots before they could move into the Spitfires and Mustangs and the other aircraft. So it's a great aircraft.
Yeah. So what would happen is you would start off learning to fly during the war on say a Tiger Moth, that sort of thing. If you when you moved on to the Harvard, and you would often go and fly across. She's coming in now. You would often fly across the Atlantic to America or Canada to do that, and the Harvard would teach you about a variable pitch propeller and retractable undercarriage. And here comes James now, steaming in.
That's a big round of applause and a cheer, ladies and gents. It comes across.
Once again, that distinctive buzz saw. So the civilian reg for this Harvard is GCIUW, but she's painted up in the RAF colours that she proudly wore, FE511.
Also a design item by the North American Aviation.
Yeah, same people who produce the Mustang, big producer of all sorts of aircraft, beautiful aircraft. So yeah, she spent the time in Ontario training up pilots for the duration. After the war, when they'd finished university, she then moved to Sweden, where she was used as an instructional in aircraft. So what the students would learn to put bits off and put them back on again and so on. So not as a flyer. She was used as instructional airframe for quite a long time.
To 2016, then had a substantial restoration, which included being resprayed to wear the colours of the Harvard provided today by the RAF.
Yeah, so that was when James bought the airplane. She was actually brought back to flying conditions back in the late 80s, when she was still in Sweden. She was painted up in a US military scheme. James the airplane had it sprayed up, and yeah, she came back to these shores in 2016. I know you can. So Hurricane Heritage is James's organisation up at White Water, and he's got an extremely rare, probably the most authentic Hurricane because it's genuine Battle of Britain survivor after 118. Got about 5 kills. Even that was a single seater, but you can fly alongside that in this Harvard.
Certainly hear that distinct noise, can't we, as it flies past?
Absolutely, yeah. So that's what they call 4-point hesitation. But yes, you get that at say at the higher power settings. They produce a beautiful rumble once that buzz goes.
Is he likely to do it roll for us today?
Would it be nice, wouldn't it?
Fingers crossed.
There's it. Beautiful engine. Pratt & Whitney engines, very, very dependable. 600 horsepower.
What sort of speed will we get up to there?
So that was past probably about 150 miles an hour. You could actually get to Harbour, but they're quite sort of.
That's just beautiful. That's amazing. That's just great flying.
No, he's a great pilot.
Yeah, graceful and beautiful is what I'm being told here. And it is.
So there's quite a lot of Harvards now where you can, including this one, where you can go out for a pleasure flight in. I've done it a number of times. It's a great the South Coast.
I think that might be his final pass, but he may do one more, so we can see.
I'm going to give him a wave as he comes past. Come on, do it. Oh, he's gone up. And upside down.
So quite a solemn thought, ladies and gentlemen. This would have been World War II in that area. Throughout the UK, you'd have seen these flying regularly in the skies, and they would be under battle terms. So, you know, they could have crash landed anywhere. You know, we're seeing it today on this display purposes, but, you know, take into account these were actual flying machines that were in battle.
Yeah, so the Harvard this will give you the preparation for going on to Spitfires. Two in the Air Force, I think, fit the machine.
Coming right at you.
You may have seen on the television where the aircraft were flying over France for the D-Day celebrations last few days. There was that Spitfire, a Mustang and a Hurricane, and that was James flying the Hurricane at the back of the formation. And here he is doing his thing down for us in the Harbour. very, very stable airplane. Makes for an excellent trainer. You've got an airplane that's a similar size to a Spitfire or Auster about half the horsepower, or in the case of later Spitfires, probably a third. And it teaches you all about the characteristics of flying something with a lot more performance than a Type 1.
I think we just got our victory goal, didn't we?
I think we might have that. Sounds like the pound's coming right back. I think that might have been our final password.
So that's your Harvard, ladies and gentlemen. He'll now do a circuit around and then coming back and land down on the runway into the wind, taxi, and then move out of the way for the next one.
They've got a huge canopy. It's a proper greenhouse thing goes on up and up. If you've got a really hot sunny day and you're flying your Harvard. Yeah, so there he is. He's geared down now. Joined the circuit. And
this is a specific flight path they have to follow, isn't it? When you're saying the circuit,
yes,
this is
so
in order to come back round and land.
Exactly, yes. So it's particularly in the higher speed things, it's so that you can wash off some of the speed and slow yourself down, and you join back in on the circuit. Gives you a chance to a nice wide slow circuit gives you a chance to pull the power back, get the gear down, put the flaps down, and sort of configure the airplane ready for your approach.
And this is an obvious question to you, Martin, but why do they actually always land into wind?
So you always land and take off into wind so that you have already got the added advantage and the benefit of the wind over the wings, because it's the wind over the wings that's producing your lift. If you were to take off with the wind behind you, you've got to get up to whatever speed the wind speed is doing before you've in essence got zero.
So this is a kind of an extra braking system. The natural wind will pull you back.
Well, more for providing lift for, providing the lift over the wings for flight.
Quick shout out to some of our sponsors today, ladies and gentlemen. We have Marine 25 Concepts as one of our sponsors. Also 32 Events. HFC are a sponsor of ours. I'm very gratefully received, thank you. South Hampshire College Group and Oxford Aviation Innovation, sorry. So, yeah, some of our sponsors that help put this event on today.
So the Harvard's down. So this is an airplane called a tail dragger, a bit like the ones in front of you, the old World War I ones, in so much that the tail wheel means that the airplane sat on the ground is pointing up. You can't. A modern airplane now is like a tricycle. You can see where you're going. And in a tail dragger, it just makes on the ground handling that much more difficult.
So just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, if planes is not your thing, or you're looking to look for something else today also, at the Winston stage, we've got various different singers on right throughout the day, including one of our compares here today in the booth, Roy Coombs.
Would that be me?
That would be you, sir. And on the Overlord Arena, there's various different displays. We've got Solent motorcycle display. There's a field gun support command, marching bands. We've got lots of other stuff going on there as well. There's a field gun support command team on at 6 o'clock. So lots of things for you to do if planes are not your thing. This should be glass, shouldn't it? The top of it should be glass. Yeah. Yeah, that's restricting. Unfortunately, the only thing they can do is come down. Yeah.
He said pyrotechnics again. I'm getting excited. If you'd like to look on the taxiway, we've got our next plane just taxiing along there. This is an Auster TW536. It'll probably take him a little while to get taxied down. Very lightweight plane, observation plane. And he'll do his checks, and then he'll be on the runway and get in the air so we can take in this lovely plane.
Yeah, so what you do is you taxi the aeroplane down to the end of, towards the end of the runway once you've been given the clearance, and then you'll turn the aeroplane into wind, and then do your checks. So on something like a Spitfire or a Mustang, that will include running the engine up to a certain RPM, checking and exercising the propeller unit, and also checking the magnetos. So a lot of these airplanes, they have 2 spark plugs per cylinder, so they're fed with a separate magneto. So if you did have a failure of one magneto, you can still get back home on the other magneto.
I thought a magneto was part of the superheroes. Is it Marvels or something? What's a magneto? Come on.
I wouldn't.
Or is it an ice cream bar?
No. So a magneto, in essence, is the part that produces the spark for the spark plug that is screwed into the top of the cylinder on the engine, and so therefore, you know, provides the big bang.
Thank you. I'm sticking with the ice cream.
No, you're thinking of cornetto, I think. Is it cornetto?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You just kind of confused me now, and you stop me talking.
So it's quite a brisk wind today. You can see by the windsock and also all the flags that are flying, the direction and the speed of the wind, which means the Oster would probably go up in quite a hurry.
So if you are hanging around, we've got some great entertainment for you later on after the air show. You've got the absolutely amazing Amy Baker, who is on at 4 o'clock. Well, actually, at 3 o'clock, you've got the lovely Katie Rogers. She's a lovely jazz singer. She's great. So you go see Katie, followed by Amy. You've then got me at 5 o'clock. And then at 6 o'clock, you've got the lovely ladies from Timeless. I'm sure they do some really lovely 3-part close harmony. So they'll be amazing as well. So if you're hanging around, get yourself in the tent, get yourself a drink and something to eat, and stay and watch some great entertainment. Just going to mention a couple more of our sponsors for today. We've got Regional and City Airports, SA Energy, Daedalus Waterfront, and NA Griffiths, who are the butchers, I believe, in the local Leon Solent town. I'm going to mention Marine Concepts. I did a little gig for them when they had a little 25th anniversary. So they're 25 years old, Marine Concepts, and they very kindly invited me to perform at their celebrations. It was a great day.
Okay, the Oster is just rolling now. You watch this. He should be up in very quick time.
Is that basically the wind just lifts him off the floor? There he goes.
Yeah, yeah. So they've got an extremely efficient wing, yeah, because this is because it's like a reconnaissance and an air observation aircraft. So used by the forces to monitor what it is the enemy are doing, gun emplacements, that sort of thing. You need something that can stooge about at very low speed. And
stooge, good word.
Stooge is good. So yeah, put one of these at a strong wind, and they should sort of, you know, stay airborne at very, very low speed. So this would be a lovely sedate display. So these Osters, they're fitted with a well trusted is de Havilland Gypsy major engine, the same sort of engine you put the chip on that sort of thing. It's like an air-cooled inverted four-cylinder engine. Produces over 150 horsepower. Fixed landing gear, fixed propeller. As in, it's not a variable pitch propeller, it's just a fixed pitch propeller. You know, these things, you know, you need something that can turn on the 6 speeds. So yes, there you pull up and bang that one, you can turn around really fast. Hopefully we get a demonstration of just how slow he can go, and it'll show you just how what a great platform these things are for. You know, as an air observation. So there was an initial production run of 296 of these were completed for the RAF. And the second batch was produced in 1952 with a total delivered of around about 400. Some of these were, some were then devoted to the Belgian Air Force and also to the Royal new aircraft were delivered to the Canadians, the South African Air Force, and Jordan. They did do the control training version.
They do race.
There was a version actually that radio equipment, larger tail sectors, which also had the ability to be fitted with floats or skis. Bright yellow finish. This will obviously give you visibility against So this particular PW536, she was built in Leicestershire. The 89th engine was produced from the initial batch of 100 Mark 1s.
We'll come back to you in a bit.
That's pretty slow. That's almost stopped.
Yeah, so you can see the nose has gone up, the slats at the back, the flaps at the back have gone down. Just a round. Drop the nose, airspeed builds, off she goes.
Unless you're going to one of her heavy then turn around.
Royal Navy Field competition, which was formerly held at Royal Tournament in London, they used original £9 breech-loaded field guns, which are approximately twice the size and weight of the guns that cadets are using today. But these guns are no toys, ladies and gentlemen. Scale and scale of the weight and size of these cadets field guns, the limbless by far equal considerable physical strength that was required for the adult competition. The equipment that the cadets are using here today original 7-pounder muzzle loading field guns, which were actually used in action during the World War.
So this Oster was transferred to number 42 Operation Training Unit in Wiltshire in March 1943 for the training up.
Over 100 yard course requires a great deal of strength, discipline and good teamwork.
So she's coming in there.
So a round of applause.
Round of applause for the Oster. So there we go, just demonstrating such a short, because of the low speed, came to a stop in very, very short time. She's currently owned by Simon Tillin, the CEO of the Light Aircraft Association, and has been flown in by Emma Taylor, who recently converted to flying the Oster. This particular one is understood to have one of the longest in-serving flying careers of any World War II Oster.
While we've got a little break in proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to read a little poem from the 1940. Lady was smiling at me, she put me right off, bless her. The 1942 D-Day landings. This was written by a guy called Juno, a veteran from the war. And it goes like this. Come and stand in memory of men who fought and died. They gave their lives in Normandy. Remember them with pride. Soldiers, airmen, sailors, airborne and marines, who in civvy life were tailors and men who worked with machines. British and Canadian and men from the USA, forces from the Commonwealth, they all were there that day. To Juno Sword and Utah, beaches of renown, also Gold and Omaha, that were the ramps that went down. The battle raged in Normandy, many lives were lost. The war must end in victory, and this must be the cost. Whenever my life is over and I reach the other side, I'll meet my friends from Normandy and shake their hands in pride.
So if you look over in the corner to your right, if you're on the flight run, if you look to your right now, there's a little white box, and in that is us. So can you all turn round? Come on, all turn around, look at the little white box and give us a wave.
That's it, give
There
us
you
a
go.
wave.
My name's Roy. I got Mickey to my left and Martin to my right. So thank you very much for all coming this afternoon. It's been great so far.
I hope you enjoy yourselves.
Great to see so many people.
I have another poem for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is called A Beach in June. Very short one, this one, but still quite apt. It wasn't your land, but it was part of the plan. From ship to shore, oh, the courage you bore. 200 yards of low-tide sand, soaked in blood, many a man. 6,603 American lives lost, 3 hours frantic. 606,003 families permanently shattered across the Atlantic. Lives sacrificed for liberation, oppression lifted. Proving forever that freedom is earned, not gifted. A once unfamous beach sustained in maroon. Never forget the Normandy beach, 1944 in June.
Sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for the parachute team aircraft that dropped the parachutists earlier to leave, because they're off to South Sea Common to do a little drop over there. So we're just waiting for them to depart, to clear the runway, and then we'll get the next flight on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a lovely fella called Martin here. We're just talking about his. What was your job? You were in the.
I was in the Fleet Air Arm, but I was a helicopter pilot, but I was also a ship's captain, so I was a qualified seaman officer as well.
Oh, so quite important then.
You might say so. I couldn't possibly comment.
So one of the things we were discussing was whether he had any relations in World War II. And I asked him that. So I'd like you to just to go over what we discussed a little bit earlier. Tell us a little bit about your relations and what they did during World War II, if that's okay.
Yeah, well, mainly my mother's family were all Navy, so I had an uncle who's an engineer officer, served in the Mediterranean, and then out to the British Pacific Fleet. She had two other cousins, one of whom I never knew because he died before, not in the war, but the other was a midshipman off Normandy in 1944. And witnessed and described the rocket-firing landing ships and the gunfire. And he saw what so many thousand other people saw, of the Navy putting the Army ashore to do a difficult job.
Very interesting. Thank you very much for that little snippet. I thought I'd share that with everyone, as that's quite poignant for what we're here for today.
Absolutely, yeah. And it goes to your mind when you start watching what's been going on.
Yeah, and what a lot of people don't understand or realise, because a lot of them are younger, obviously, but during World War II, battles would go on all around, all over the UK, and you would just have to scatter to wherever you could get to. You know, I mean, it would be quite a scary thought, wouldn't it? You know,
Yeah, and people forget that what was going on in 1944, as in fact, as the King put it the other day, there were wars in Burma, there were wars fighting the Japanese. We were engaged all over the place, and that was young people. They were 18, 19, 20, doing the job for their country, and it was a difficult time, but it had to be done, and they got on and did it, and then they came home and got on with their real lives when it was done.
yeah, thank you very much, Martin, for sharing that, and appreciate your time.
If you want to look at the taxiway, you can see the Swordfish now moving along the taxiway, getting ready to take off.
Yep, there she is in all her glory.
Lieutenant Commander Glenn Allison is the pilot. We're doing his checks, getting on the runway and get him in the air. And then we'll see what they can do.
Well, fly, hopefully, Roy.
Yeah, or the air show ends really quickly.
So the Swordfish looking particularly resplendent in her newly applied, I believe, D-Day invasion stripes.
I can't believe how big it looks compared to the Austin that just was doing the display. It just looks huge compared to the last aircraft.
If you get up close to the Swordfish, it's a big aeroplane. It's enormous.
So what have we got behind them, guys? There's two yellow ones. Also from the Navy wings.
So we got the Stinson Reliant. It's a high wing monoplane, and then behind that is Harvard, similar to the one that we saw earlier.
I believe you can look all three of these planes up on navywings.com. If you go online, you can find out a bit more about each and every one of the planes that are out there today.
That's it. They've got a sensational collection of airplanes, including a beautiful, it's a naval version of the Spitfire. They call it the Seafire, a 17 SX336.
I've been in the bar named after that in Leon Solent. Do some real nice hours. If you want a pint, go down to Leon Solent, go to the Seafire tap room. I'll be at sponsorship. I hope I get a free pint out of that.
I hope so. Yeah, no, it's a great spot.
Yeah, just to let you know, Roy's been in every bar on Leon Solent, so. Quick shout out to our sponsors today, ladies. You know, some of them, while we're waiting for the planes to take off. We'd like to say thank you very much to Parco Civil Engineering and Groundworks and Parco EV Solutions, STS Defence and Sicor Company, Atlantic Refrigeration Limited, SA Energy, Regional and City Airports. All of these have helped us to put this display on today, so thank you to them.
And also a massive thanks to you guys for turning up today. Give yourselves a round of applause. That's you lot. Clap yourselves. It's your only opportunity.
Well, one person did, Roy.
People are walking past laughing at us now. It's not good. There they go, getting ready to take off now, ladies and gentlemen.
So if you look out towards the planes, the one that's nearest to us is the Stinson Reliant. This one was built by the Stinson Aircraft Company of Detroit in 1943. is one of 573 that were transferred to the Royal Navy under lend or lease arrangement. And this American civil aircraft first appeared in 1933. 500 military Gullwing versions were transferred to the Royal Navy under lend-lease arrangements during the Second World War. There we go then, taxiing down the runway, ready for takeoff. So we've got quite a bit of wind out there today, Martin. Is that going to affect them at all? Or?
So if you look at the windsock, it's more of a crosswind element now. It was coming down the runway, but it's more of a crosswind now, which will have an effect on some airplanes. You want, like I was saying earlier, you want to be taken off and landed into wind.
Would that stop them doing any of their manoeuvres, or?
No, it's only really more about getting airborne and coming back in again. Some of the airplanes are a lot more affected by a crosswind element than others.
Thank you for that, Martin. Right, Roy, should we see if we can get this crowd really whipped up into a frenzy as they come past? I know that's one of your fortes.
I don't think we've ever whipped anyone into a frenzy.
There was that once.
There the guys are banking round now, going to make their first run. Let's give them a big wave and a big cheer as they come past. Come on.
Come on, people. Cheer and wave.
Can't hear you up here.
So I said as we got earlier that we've got the Stinson up there. What else have we got up there, Roy?
Some aircraft.
Correct.
As you can see, I'm an expert.
So they've got the 3 aircraft up. Stinson Reliant, the beautiful Swordfish, and the Harvard. So today, Harvard's been flown by Lieutenant Commander Chris Gotka, Goatee as his name, and he's now Lieutenant Commander Test Pilot. Teacher, so he teaches test pilots.
And you can see why he's got that. They've shortened his name to a nickname. You can see why.
Yeah. I've seen him flying the Sea Fury and the Seafire to enormous effect. So he also used to fly Navy wings back in the day when it was the actual historic flight associated to the Navy. Now it's Navy wings. He used to fly their jets. Beautiful.
So here they all are again, ladies and gents. Give them a big wave. I'd say they're probably flying around about 300 to 350 feet in the air, ladies and gentlemen.
One of my friend colleagues up in the box now just said, was it Navy pilot, said anyone can land on an airfield because it's still there when you get back, whereas an aircraft carrier moves.
It's very true though, isn't it? The
Yeah,
field
so
is still there, the sea's not always there.
Yeah, so when you come back from where you took off from, the airfield's gone.
Yeah, wow! I was shouting. Did you hear me? No.
Incredible airplane, the Fairey Swordfish. This one is the oldest surviving airworthy swordfish in the world. First flew in 1941. She's a blackfish, which meant that she was actually built by Blackburn aircraft. Powered by an ultra-reliant Pegasus engine. The Bristol Pegasus engine is a 9-cylinder radio engine, 28 litres capacity, around about 1,000 horsepower on the later ones.
So the Swordfish is the oldest surviving airworthy Fairey Swordfish in the world. In actual fact, she first flew in Trafalgar D-Day, the 21st of October, 1941, and was a blackfish built by Blackburn aircraft.
I think there's an echo.
Echo.
So you can see such a very manoeuvrable aeroplane and a very slow aeroplane, which actually came into the advantage of that was it was actually quite difficult to shoot down by enemy aircraft. You'll see they've got an extremely robust undercarriage. Obviously, if you put one of these down on a pitching deck, you need a very, very strong undercarriage. What they call a firm.
A bit like the wife.
So stringbags were swordfish was known as a stringbag, which is so way back then that was what your shopping bag was. You didn't have a bag for life back then, and you put everything in the string bag. And this is why the swordfish was known as a string bag, because you could put all sorts in it and it would still fly.
Martin, what sort of provisions were there for emergency in these types of planes, especially the Swordfish? What would you have had during World War II if the engine started to pack up? What was your options?
To be honest, it was try and find to put down there, but yeah.
So jump and hope for the best.
You'll see underneath slung a torpedo. This was, of course, what the Swordfish was best well known for. Attacking a ship and release a torpedo. The torpedo that sits under this Swordfish is
What sort of range do you think it could fly from?
Well, you can actually fly. They had a huge endurance, so anything up to 4 hours endurance. Flat out, they would do about 140 miles an hour. So, probably get on for 500 miles.
Wow, that is some distance.
Yeah, mostly sort of over the sea and the lake. Do you know, amazingly, during the war, there were 21 enemy submarines sunk by swordfish. And that was once they were the swordfish we used to escort the Arctic convoys to North Russia. So there was a crew of 3. Obviously you've got the pilot up front. And then you have the telegraphist stroke air gunner sat facing aft in the rear. He was operating the radio, so just a single .3 Lewis machine gun.
You see them along there? You see where it says food bar? Between those 2 flags, food and bar.
Please have your phone on, not that I lose you.
So there's a wing wrangle there, suggesting that might be his final pass. As with a lot of Navy aircraft, for storage on the aircraft carrier, the wings would fold up, because obviously space is at a premium. One of the things that the Swordfish is most famous for is for the attack on Taranto in November 1940, where 21 Swordfish effectively stopped the Italian battle fleet taking any real aggressive part in the war.
They just did a little display. It says collection. Let's see how far we go. You there? Oh, there we go.
I think the Swordfish is coming into their land there, ladies and gentlemen, so
let's have a big cheer for it. A little wiggle of applause, thank you.
So beautifully flown there by Lieutenant Commander Glenn Allison, beautiful Swordfish. One of only 2 flying currently, I think there's a 3rd one due to fly again soon.
Took 2 hours to get.
Can anyone see the other 2? Apparently they're around somewhere.
No, I was just saying it took us 2 hours to get.
If anyone can see them, point. There you are, I've got him. It's over there, look. There they come, look. Good spot, young lady in the England top.
So it took 2 hours to get here.
yeah, so if you look to your left in the distance, there they are.
Can you hear me?
All their resplendent glory.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Too uneven.
Oh, what's that one then?
Decided she's going to sit in a captain chair outside the car and just go from there. Freddie is not as avid about aeroplane design, but he's a bit fed up. And yeah, it's absolutely packed.
Would you say these are the perfect flying conditions for today, Martin?
Well, they're certainly very good. I mean, a little bit of cloud doesn't hurt. As long as it's nice high cloud, you don't want low cloud. If you're doing manoeuvres, again, because I'm with Spitfires.com, related to, say, a Spitfire, you need sort of 4.
Let me have a quick check. Hey. No, there's no Wi-Fi.
Right, so yeah, the Stinson and the Harvard are just holding because the parachute aeroplane has just come in from a display down in Southsea. So we should have the Stinson and the Harvard coming in shortly.
So those poor guys now have got to get from Southsea back to here. He's just left them there, abandoned them.
Well, I don't think there's actually a runway at Southsea yet. I think he just literally drops them off. Some sort of van is in order, I would imagine.
You don't think they're walking then?
I'd be very surprised. Well, you know, Navy, they could swim back.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, so I think this might be them coming in now. The Stinson and the Harvard to your left.
So here they come, guys. Going to make a fly past for you. Actually, all of us in the booth agree what good-looking planes these two are.
How are you anyway? Are you okay? No, I wasn't. I said, how are you?
Just also to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, at 4 p.m. today, we are expecting the red arrows to fly past. So make sure you're stood still and looking in the sky around 4 p.m. for the red arrows. Sadly, they won't be doing an air display, but they will be flying across on their way to Cowes.
That will be somewhere between 3:25 and 4 o'clock. We're not quite sure the exact timings, but they will be coming around about 4-ish once they've done their air show at Portsmouth.
So these two between you can see the difference between high wing monoplane and low wing monoplane. So high wing Stinson on the far side with the wingers above, and a low wing monoplane meaning just as opposed to a biplane, one wing being on the harbour. So as we said, Goatee's flown the Harvard. The Stinson is being flown by Mark James, retired Navy plane. I think their patches on their flying suits, as opposed to say Fly Navy, says Flew Navy. So we have some information on the harbour. With regards to the Stinson Reliant, this is built by built back in 1943 by the Stinson Aircraft Company in Detroit. She was one of 573 transferred to the Royal Navy under the Lend-Lease Agreement. Okay, there's a break. I think we're going to have the Stinson line first.
Just had a look up actually, Martin. We were talking about ranges and speed a little bit earlier. The Stinson actually can fly a maximum speed of 135 miles an hour, and it will do a range of 150 miles. It's got a ceiling flight also, 21,000 feet.
Yeah, sorry, no, 8 miles. So it's and that speed at 135. I mean, is a front, but like Coleman, they're inline engines, but a radio engine puts out just over 2 meters. So the Reliant is used mostly communication and training roles. You can actually carry up to 4 people. Very versatile, good performance and a real solid feel to the air, which ideally suits them for the communication and the training role. From a proper aeroplane nerd point of view, there was once a Stinson Reliant that was fitted with a diesel radio, a Gerbison diesel engine, radio, producing 310 horsepower. a wing waggle, that suggests his last pass. A wing what? A wing waggle.
Explain to everyone what a wing waggle is.
Okay, sorry, yeah, wing waggle is the equivalent of waving cheerio.
So after this display, ladies and gents, there will be quite a bit of a chance for you to recharge your batteries, go and get something to eat or drink. We'll have a look around the arena, other various different displays, and then we've got the red arrows coming across. There will be a dogfight and then a finale. So go and recharge yourselves.
You're right, I'll get you in through here. Fantastic. Where do you want us to form up outside and march in then, yeah? Can do. Or you can form up here. Form up there. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, at high speed, the Harvard coming into display now. Beautiful, polished performance that you would imagine would go to. He's been a display pilot for many years. Yeah, that's a sterling performance. More used to seeing him flying in the Seafire or the Sea Fury, but he can certainly perform well in the harbour as well, which is possibly more difficult because it's the size airplane, but a lot less horsepower. Probably a third of the horsepower of the Sea, well, probably a third of the horsepower of the Seafire and all the Sea Fury. So it's all about keeping the energy up. You convert speed into height, height back into speed again. Leave the throttle generally in the same position, and just perform around those settings.
Expert friends here are saying this is probably one of the best displays they've seen from these aircraft, so I'll take their word for it. It looks great to me. Yeah, they're oohing and ahhing and everything.
I've seen a lot of displays on the harbour. This has got to be the most polished display I've ever seen in these airplanes. We've seen a proper marshal working.
give him a wave and a cheer as he comes past. Here's a wing waggle. That's him coming into land, so just give him one more wave and big cheer, please, for the Harvards. Amazing display by the Navy Wings team. We've got a little bit of a pause now because we're going to wait for the red arrows to come over somewhere between 3:25 and 4 o'clock. They'll be coming over from behind the little white control box for you guys on the airline. And hopefully we'll pick them up as they come in.
take the
Ladies and gentlemen, the Rose and Thistle pipes and drums. I think we can all agree that was a fantastic display of pipes and drums. completes the second action from the field gun crew. They now just take a moment to compose themselves before going through the wall and running down the side, doing the home run. Now when they do this home run, we really need to get behind these young men and women. They've been fantastic out here today. I'm sure that you'll all be willing to show your support as they come through the wall and down the side of the arena. And here they come. This is the home run. Let's really put our hands together as they come down the side of the arena on the home run. And that completes the second action. Again, teams just prepare themselves to go back through the wall and then do the home run down the far side of the arena. The louder you guys cheer them as they come down to the home run, the faster these guys will pull. It really motivates the team when you get behind them and start cheering and clapping. And here they go. The limber goes through the wall, and the wheels go back on. The twist is done through the wall, and the wheels are replaced. And the last of the team through the wall, and they pull for home. Here comes the home run. Fantastic effort by the field going through there. They'll take a breather for 5 minutes, reset the course, and then do one more display for you. And at that point, if you'd like to go and find out some more or get hands-on with the equipment, then please do make your way to the green fence at the end of the arena, and the lads will be more than happy to have a conversation with you. So we hope you enjoy the demonstration so far. We've got two crews with us. So we're a little bit short number. We've got the foundation crew and we've got the senior crew. The foundation crew for the ages of 13 to 18. Going to through at the moment to 14. And the senior crew is 18 and above. And they'll be normally practicing on the full size first-hand kit that you're going to see at the sport days in the tournament. Please do excuse the panting and shortness of breath. It's not the easiest of things to put the run together. So we are recruiting at the moment. We're operating at South House
If you'd like to look over towards Gosport, you can see the Red Arrows are doing their display over Portsmouth at the moment. And once they finish the display, I believe they're going to fly over Southwark, and then they're going to chuck a turn and come over us.
also, just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that the Red Arrows are currently over Portsmouth and Southsea. They've got a few trips to do across right the way through and then into Southwark, and then from Southwark they'll be flying over here. We anticipate them to be around 4 p.m, give or take a minute. So keep your space and watch this space. So just to let you know, ladies and gents, we are still confirmed at 4 o'clock for the Red Arrows. I'd like to take this opportunity just to mention some of our sponsors. SSA Energy, Regional and City Airports, Daedalus Waterfront, Tudor Lodge Nursing Home for the Elderly, Canford Manor Nursing Home for the Elderly, and Sunbelt Rentals. These sponsors have helped us put this event on today, so we want to give them a very big thank you to them. A little bit of information for you on the Red Arrows. The Red Arrows, officially known as the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. They're the aerobatic display team of the Royal Air Force, based at Waddington. The team was formed in late 1964 as an RAF team, replacing a number of unofficial teams that had been sponsored by the RAF. The Red Arrows have a prominent place in British popular culture, with their aerobatic display a fixture of British summer events. The badge of the Red Arrows shows the aircraft in their trademark Diamond 9 formation, with the motto, a French word meaning brilliance or excellence, éclat. Initially, they were equipped with 7 Folland Natch trainers inherited from the RAF Yellowjacks display team. This aircraft was chosen because it was less expensive to operate than frontline fighters. In their first season, they flew at 65 shows across Europe in 1966. The team was increased to 9 members, enabling them to develop their Diamond 9 formation. In late 1979, they switched to the BAE Hawk trainer. The Red Arrows have performed over 4,800 displays in 57 countries worldwide. Just a quick bit of sad notification for you, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, due to bad weather conditions for them, the Dogfight display will now not take place due to the winds. We're hoping that they will be able to get in the air tomorrow, but for today, sadly, they're just going to be static. You can look at them, but there will be no display. Yeah, just to confirm, that is the Great War display team.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, the red arrows will be coming from your right-hand side, somewhere over the unit marked E4 with the big yellow E4 aircraft maintenance sign. They should be coming across there somewhere and across the runway. They will be very fast, so don't blink, and if you've got your cameras out, get them ready.
Yeah, I'm not letting it go yet. I'm holding on to one. Give me that one to get a cup of tea. I'm not letting it go yet.
See where that
So there's only a couple of minutes until the red arrows are due to make their arrival here at Daedalus. Once again, they will be coming in from the radar and they will be flying down towards the coast. If you look across the hangars, down hangars 4 and 5, you can actually see the red arrows forming up in the distance.
Ladies and gentlemen, here they come.
Ladies and gentlemen, the red arrows.
Look at those beauties there, ladies and gents. Awesome. Yeah, give them a big round of applause. That's it. Come on.
The Navy Wings Harvard is about to take off if you want to watch that.
Yeah, the Harvard is about to take off, ladies and gents, going all the way back to Yeovilton, going to be back tomorrow. So if you're here tomorrow for the display, you'll be able to see that again. Also, just to remind you that if you go right down the other end, there are a lot of planes that are static that you can see close up. So if you fancy looking at some of these awesome planes and others, go down to the right-hand side, right down by past the big black white tent, and they're behind there, and you'll be able to see those on display.
And don't forget, you've got the Screaming Eagles, the reenactment group, the 101st. They're great guys. Go and have a little chat with them. They're really into their World War II and they're reenacting. They know all about the campaigns that the United States Army went through. So please go and have a look at that. You've got your vintage cars. You've got music in the tent. I know Amy Baker's on at the moment. She's fantastic. Go and catch up with her. We've got the youngsters on their motorbikes in the main arena. So please get out and see what's going on.
Also, the gentleman speaking is on at 5 o'clock. So if you want to go and see the lovely Roy Coombs, been doing a bit of swing. He's fantastic as well. He hasn't paid me to say that, or he will do later. Roy Coombs at 5. And just to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, sadly, the Great Wall Display team for today is cancelled due to weather conditions. Unfortunately, the wind is slightly too difficult for them to get in the air. So sadly, that's not going to be on today.
We've still got the Mustang P51, the Spitfires flying this afternoon, so please hang around. It's only the one display that's been postponed or cancelled for today, so please hang around. Everything else is still on and going.
Thank you for that, Roy. I'd like also to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to repeat the Mayoress's speech from this morning. And this is how it went. It is my absolute privilege to be asked to say a few words at such a momentous event. As many of you know, this is a particularly significant location for commemorating the 80th anniversary of D-Day. It was from here, at what was then HMS Daedalus, on the 6th of June 1944, that more than 400 sorties were flown throughout the day by extraordinary brave pilots in their Spitfires, Mustangs and Typhoons, making it the busiest airfield on the south coast. I would like to extend a huge welcome to many aircraft owners and pilots that will be joining us over this weekend, helping to create this very special commemoration. This weekend builds on success of previous commemorative events such as Daedalus 100 and D-Day 75. It is being run on behalf of Fareham Borough Council by Montserrat Events, who have done a fantastic job of managing the event and all the ticket sales. I would also like to thank the regional city airports who are in charge of all the fantastic visiting aircraft and flying displays, and the council officers who have helped to bring everything together. I hope you all agree that this event is a fitting tribute to mark this landmark anniversary, and I am delighted to announce that D-Day 80 at Daedalus is now open. That was earlier on today from the Lady Mayoress.
Lining up on the runway now, we've got our next display, which is the last Dogfight display team. This aims to be quite a bit of fun. I'm looking forward to this. We've got guns and everything.
So the last Dogfight display team, this is a great little show. They were formed in 2019, and it recreates the reportedly last aerial battle in the European theatre at the end of World War II. So on April the 11th in 1945, 2 Americans and an L-4 Grasshopper, like a cub, were flying low on a routine scouting mission near Berlin when they came across the German Fieseler Storch spotter plane, flying even lower. Neither aeroplane was configured for fighting, but the Americans, having the superior air position, opened their doors and they actually began to fire their service pistols at the Germans. As the Storch tried to evade, he brushed the ground with one wing and crashed. The Americans landed nearby, provided first aid, and then captured them. It's the only known instance where there's a World War II aircraft that was brought down only with pistols. So the display you're going to see now, it recreates this encounter, apart from the crash, you'll be pleased to hear, using an original L4 Cub and a slept kit Storch, which is a unique 75% scale replica of the original. So they are getting ready to take off. These things go up very, very quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the 11th of April 1945, during the closing stages of World War II and a dark chapter in the world history. The Allied forces have united against domination by the Third Reich and fought for the liberation of occupied Europe. The German forces have been beaten back to the very gates of their capital, and victory for the Allies now seems assured.
As you can see, these are very slow moving planes. We've got a commentary to do and we're just waiting for our cue.
Also, to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, there will be some gunfire at some point in the display. So if you're a little bit scared of loud bangs, I would suggest that you either move to the side a little bit from the arena here, or put something in your ears, or hands over them.
I thought it was going to make everyone jump.
We will.
So the lone German Luftwaffe Fusilier Storch observation aircraft flies over the battlefront, assessing the Allied forces' progress. This unusual aircraft is especially designed for slow flight, being equipped with lead and slats, edge slats and special flaps. The design is ideally suited for operating from small, unprepared fields and carrying out reconnaissance and liaison missions. As it overflies Allied lines, it's spotted by First Lieutenant Dwayne Francis, who is about to take off in his Piper L4 spotter plane, Cub, for a routine reconnaissance flight. It's Lieutenant Francis' 142nd mission. As a flying grasshopper pilot of the 71st Armoured Field Artillery Battery of the US 5th Armoured Division, Francis acted as an artillery spotter and liaison pilot, flying missions in his unarmed Piper Cub.
Oh no, he's going to jump over a car.
His airplane had often been hit by machine gun fire, and perhaps for this reason his airplane was named Miss Me. By April 1945, France's parent unit is now the closest American unit to Berlin, just 48 miles
This afternoon, France is on a routine observation flight when he sees some scattered German ground forces. As he gets airborne, he sees the other aircraft a few hundred feet above and identifies this as the Fusilier 156 Storch, a spotter plane and the Luftwaffe equivalent to the Piper Cub. Both aircraft are unarmed. But Francis radios his unit. I am about to give combat. He draws his Colt 45 service pistol and prepares to engage the Storch. Evenly matched in performance, the two aircraft engage in an aerial dogfight, with the Storch trying to outmaneuver and evade the Cub.
The American manages to fire on the German Storch, smashing the cockpit glass. The American stays close to the twisting and turning German aircraft whilst continuing to fire the handgun from the open door of the Cub. He was close enough to see the German pilot's astonished expression as he looked back fearfully at the pursuing grasshopper.
He's shooting black clouds.
Still firing his Colt 45. He chases him across the airfield. The German tries to circle round to evade him, but unfortunately, our English pilot is too good. Go on, get in. Fire. It's just like Top Gun. Eventually, the American managed to also rupture an all-important fuel line on the German aircraft. Suffering damage, the Storch veers away and is forced to land in a nearby field. So the fire from our American pilot is forcing the Storch to land. Close by, an American infantry have witnessed this unusual dogfight and rush over to the downed German aircraft, which is escorted away, and the pilot is taken prisoner.
Right, who are we on about? The bike. I'll keep it remembered as well.
The American pilot Francis received the Distinguished Flying Cross for this act of bravery and went on to serve during a long and distinguished career in the United States Air Force after the war. We hope that you've enjoyed watching this unique reenactment which commemorates the historic last aerial battle of World War II. Let's have a big cheer for these guys, that was all good fun.
Come on guys, show your appreciation.
Next up, guys, we've got the P51 Mustang. It's a great plane, one of my favourites. So looking forward to seeing that. Ladies and gentlemen, can I just point out this lovely volunteer in his buggy going along in front of the airline. Can you all wave and cheer at him, please? Wave and cheer. Wave and cheer. Go on, keep waving and cheering at him as he goes past. Make him really embarrassed and blush.
Which is a very valid point, actually, Roy, today, because I'd just like to take time out to thank all of our volunteers who have given their time up today to come and help put this event on. So if you see them around, just give them a little pat on the back or shake their hand, because they've given their time for nothing. And a great job they're doing.
Taxiing up the runway, my favourite aircraft, the Mustang. Flew back from France this morning apparently. He's been doing all the displays in France over D-Day. And now we've got it here, so it's a privilege to have this aircraft. Like I say, for me, it just changed the war, because it made the bombers be able to get further with fighter cover. They could actually take on the Luftwaffe's fighters over Berlin and other targets. Just an absolutely magnificent plane. I think the British actually asked the Americans to design a plane specifically for this, and this is what they came up with. And then we bought lots of them.
So, Martin, while the Mustang sits on the runway there to taxi out to go and give us a display, have you got a little bit of information about this P-51?
Yeah, so the P-51 Mustang is a tremendously famous aircraft. Yeah, as said, it was actually, so it started off with the British Purchasing Commission. They were keen to get more fighters for the RAF. So they went to North American Aviation, which is the company that built the Mustang, and asked them to build another airplane called the P-40 Kitty Hawk under license. And North American turned around and said, well, no, we'd do better than that. We'd design and build our own aeroplane. And they actually did this, and the prototype rolled out and flew 102 days later after the order was placed. So if you can imagine something like that happening now, just over 3 months between saying, yeah, we'll have one of those, and the prototype flying, I think they'd still be having meetings about which meetings to have now.
Absolutely right there. I think I can hear the engines purring away though. I think he's getting set to take off any second now. Look at it.
Yeah, so what he's doing there, you can hear the Merlin running. As I was saying earlier, the Merlin has got 2 spark plugs per cylinder, so he's going to be running the engine up, checking the temperatures and the pressures, checking each individual magneto to make sure that there's no drop in RPM, very small drop in RPM. Exercise the propeller unit, which he's done now. And the plan is he's going to take off, which we won't talk over because it sounds amazing, and he's going to meet up with the Spitfire. So the Spitfire should be nearby-ish, and I'm going to do a pass or 2 together first, and then the Mustang will be coming to display.
Just quickly while the Mustang takes its place, you see the white and black stripes on the wings. Do we know what that signifies?
So that's called the invasion stripes, the D-Day invasion stripes. They were painted on at the last minute on all the aircraft that were going to be taking part. The reason they were painted on at the last minute because, of course, it was a huge secret up to this point that the invasion was even going to be a thing. So if you get a chance to look at the Spitfire up close, you'll see just how rough that is. And I need to know just how rough it is because I was underneath the Spitfire painting them on yesterday with a 4-inch paintbrush.
I can take her in there.
So, enough said. I think we'll let the Mustang take off now. Just doing our last final checks before the actual run down the runway. Listen to the noise of this engine. You will be impressed. Somewhere around should be a Spitfire as well, and they're going to be doing this display together. But I'm sure you'll agree that takeoff was pretty spectacular and the noise was amazing.
The noise comes courtesy, of course, the sensational Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, built under license by Packard in the States, because there were so many needed to be produced. 27-litre V12 supercharged engine, remarkable engine, built by Rolls-Royce. The first one coughed into life nearly 90 years ago, putting out 1,000 horsepower. The Merlins that are in these airplanes, these are a later Merlin, 60 series Merlin, put out about 1,600 horsepower or so. The last ones towards the end of the war, just after the war, in say a Hornet, they were putting out just over 2,000 horsepower. All from the same 27-litre capacity, the extra power coming from increases in the supercharger. So the Mustang, Miss Helen, as she's known, is being flown today by John Dodd, who's a brilliant pilot. So I'm with Spitfires.com. John flies with us on occasion. I've seen his flying firsthand. It's quite remarkable. There's good friends of mine in the crowd today, Mark and Leslie Gibson, and Mark and John Dodd, they did their flying together, and that was years ago. Mark has often said that he's never known a more natural pilot than John Dodd. So any display you see with John Dodd flying, Dodd is, isn't it? Here he comes. This is a treat, and this is going to be a treat. Here we go.
What sort of speed is this doing now then, Martin?
He's probably coming in at around about 300 there.
That is one glorious fly past.
Super fast, really slippery airfield. Powered by that sensational engine. One of the features on the Mustang was a Lambda flow wing. Very, very efficient wing. Hence, makes it look so easy.
Show your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together, come on!
Very distinct whistle you get then at certain angles of attack with the Mustang, and what it is, it's actually the sound of the wind blowing through the gun ports. There are three 0.5-inch guns on each wing, so that whistle is the sound of the wind blowing through those. So once again, a bit like the Harbour earlier, he's using
So you set the power at a certain relatively high stage, and then you just convert the energy from speed into height, and then height back into speed again to carry out the maneuvers. It's a very distinctive scoop underneath the Mustang, P51 Mustang. This houses the radiator, and it hangs down into the airflow to pick up the cooling air for the radiator. But they designed it in such a way that there's a ram air effect goes on, and the thrust produced cancels out any drag. So it's almost as if it's not there.
So somewhere up in the sky is also a Spitfire. I just caught a glimpse of it earlier, but I think it's taken a little bit of hiding under the clouds there. So see if anyone can spot the Spitfire coming through, because it is due very, very shortly. And in fact,
there they are. They're linking up behind us.
yep, so if you look towards the seaside area, you will see the two coming through now. The Spitfire's joined in, and they're going to be coming across us very, very shortly. Bit of a competition to see which is the fastest here, the Spitfire or the Mustang. My money's on the Mustang. Look at those, what a beautiful sight. There they go once more, the two beauties, the Mustang and the Spitfire.
So you've got there what's known to be the best of our fighting, the best of the American fighters.
So let's be a bit unbiased now, Martin, shall we? Which, in your opinion, is the best out of the two?
Well, I work for Spitfires.com.
I know where your loyalties lie.
I'd be happy with the... Now my heart's with the Spitfire, and then probably the Mustang, the Mosquito, then the Hurricane, and then the Mustang.
Yeah, I would imagine that the Spitfire is probably synonymous with the layman for World War II, isn't it? It's the most popular one that everyone should know, shouldn't they?
It is, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And it's the one that everyone wants to fly as well.
And I'm told by a little bird that you've actually flown in one, and you've actually got to drive it as well, is that right?
I did, I don't drive it. Yeah, no, I've done it a couple of times now.
Quite right, you don't drive them. Oh, stupid.
So this Spitfire is from this is RR232, R9 Spitfire. We've got 5 Spitfires at Spitfires.com, all Mark 9s, although 3 of them are 2-seaters where you can come up for a pleasure flight.
This one was actually delivered to the RAF in 1944.
Yep, quite rare for a Spitfire because she didn't actually see any wartime service this one. So she went off to the South African Air Force back in 1948. Ended up getting ground looped, and then a chap, Australian collector Peter Sledge, bought the remains, restored them back to a static display. She finally made it back in the mid-80s to because of a collector called Charles Church, who was a property developer. He then started the restoration.
He's got a fully built Merlin engine.
Yeah, Merlin 70, Rolls-Royce Merlin, as opposed to the Packard built one in the Mustang. Charles Church then sold the airplane on to, still unrestored, to Jim Pierce, but the current owner bought the airplane, a chap called Martin Phillips, back in 2011, and there's a great story behind it. So Martin Phillips was given a Spitfire rivet for his 40th birthday by some friends, giving the said, here's a rivet, build your own Spitfire, and he took it to heart. And then what you see in front of you is the end result of Martin Phillips' challenge. So there it is, you know, you search high and low for the parts, and Martin's down from Exeter, and he actually managed to find one of the wings was salvaged from a hedge outside a pub in Exeter.
And coincidentally, she is now known as the Spirit of Exeter. Sorry, City of Exeter, not the Spirit.
Yeah, so City of Exeter, so she's in the colours of what called a presentation Spitfire. So organisations or cities would club together, you know, like a Spitfire fund.
What's it like to be in one? What is it? I know it's going to be thrilling, but do you get that real backness to feel, you know, World War II? Can you imagine what it would be like to fight one of these? Or
to be honest, it's just really, really exciting to be in one. So yeah, it's, you know, looking over that electrical wing tip, and the two-seaters are all fully dual control, so you end up getting to fly the airplane, and the airplane is deadly accurate to fly. It's tiny, tiny input on this stick. When you see them on the Hollywood movies and they're throwing the stick about, it's nothing like that. We're talking moving the stick forwards and backwards and side to side millimeters. She's definitely a fighter.
give them a big wave and another round of applause, ladies and gents. It flies past. Thank you.
So this is Parky, Neil Parkinson. He's our chief pilot. He knows his way around the Spitfire quite well now. And he also flies business jets for Biggin Hill. And does not fly Spitfires.
Comes the Spitfire once more, ladies and gents. Look at that, it's awesome. And there's a little bit of a victory roll for you there as well. Just throw that one in. This is our last flight for the day, ending on the Spitfire. All these planes, hopefully tomorrow, will be flying once again. So if you are coming for 2 days, you will get to see these. Plus maybe the 3 that are down there if the wind has dropped down a little bit. We do thank you very much for coming along today and hope you've enjoyed the display. And for myself, Martin and Roy, thank you very much.
Another reenactment of Flypast.
Just because the display is finished in the air does not mean that the display is finished down on the ground. There's still lots more going on around in the arena. Please come and join us in the big white tent where there's singing going on, or different vintage singers. Roy Coombs is on currently at the moment, fantastic guy. And there's lots of other stuff and displays going on around as well. So it's not over. Keep going round. Good night.
ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as GS Tenacity rejoin Collingwood in the arena. Also entering the arena again, Rose and Official Touch and Go.
It's very patriotic and flag.
So, as they march out of the arena, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for TS Tenacity.